Ah, it's me! Commander Useless! Oh no! Starting early today. How about them apples? Well, I guess it's not any earlier on the VOD, so... take that, I guess? Oh well, whatever. But like I said, I am Commander Useless. You are the viewer. And tonight, we're gonna keep playing Sherlock Holmes. Crimes and Punishments. Or is it Crimes and Punishment? I don't actually know. Crimes and Punishment. Okay. Singular. Got it. Of course, nobody's gonna be here yet, because we usually start at 8, and currently it is 7:48. Little do they know that I'm here already, yes. Joke's on them. Not that I'm gonna be doing anything interesting anyway. It's all a bunch of bullshit. Good evening, blah blah. How's it going? Trying to sneakily start early. Oof. Yeah, so sneaky. Except it was announced. I'm not sure how sneaky that is in retrospect, but sure. Cold as heck outside. How cold is cold as heck? I'm curious. That's too much. Well, actual temps are hovering around 0, but wind and snow and other nonsense falling from the sky made it feel a lot colder. Nonsense falling from the sky? What kind of nonsense? Also, might as well switch screens so you can see what I'm doing. Not doing anything fancy. We get this odd mix of not quite snow, yet not quite rain. We call it slush. Slush rain. And also not really hail. Game dev stream, yes. It's so amazing, right? Just leave it like that, should be fine. To create the dialogue system, I first had to make my own font, apparently. So that's what I'm doing right now. Not sure if that's good enough. I'm uncertain. And for whatever reason, my keyboard won't let me make one. Why can't I? Oh, whatever. Yeah, I should actually stop. Okay, should like stop down here. Something like that. Not sure if that looks better or not. I think we'll keep it like that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like that. kind of stylish. Maybe. Yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah, that's pretty nice. We'll go with that. What comes next in the order? Oh geez, it's time to start doing the alphabet. Yeah, I'm kind of used to this though. It's just a bunch of trial and error, honestly. I gotta keep them all on the same level, so I have a white border here that I'll leave between the frames so I can tell where it is. I can always compare. I can go back to one of these and then I can just leave a selection so I can see, compare to see if they're in the right start at the bottom and they're the same height. This one is a little shorter than it needs to be, but it's better to be 1 pixel shorter than to be 1 pixel too tall. Could be a little thicker than that. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I don't know about that. It's too thick now. It's gonna have to be this. I think that's the same thickness as the numbers, right? Yeah. That's probably fine. Anyways, I'll be doing this until we start with the proper stream. Not sure which one I like more. I think that's better. I'll go with that. I feel like they've gained. Yeah, it is too far. No, A and B are actually the same. Well, C might be. You're right. You're right. Easy fix though. Hello, Yannick. How you doing? So you're doing some work around the house. I take a shower as a BRB. Take your time. Won't be starting for another 10 minutes or so. That's problematic. Don't actually have the space to make. I'll have to extend them by 1 pixel. I guess they don't have to be exactly the same width, though. It's not really necessary. Since some letters are just wider than others, you can get away with 1 pixel being off. Don't really like this. I don't have much of a choice. What am I doing? I don't like it. Might want to extend my letters a little bit. Oops. Alright, I'll do it. I'll make him look a little bit better anyway. Hello, Jojo. How you doing? Ah, I'm doing is pretty good doing. Just keep you small. Can kind of keep you smart as well. Yeah, I need to make my own font. So I am. Don't really like that this is even. I would either need to go 1 step wider one step thinner. Ugh. Gross. I mean, that's pretty acceptable, right? It's not, doesn't add up. A single pixel in there. For this to work. Not sure if I want it to be this wide. I'll try a different approach. I don't really like that either. Alright, you win. Don't like it. No, sir, I do not like it. Don't like it one bit. That's not bad, though. I'll finish this last letter here. I mean, it's not the last in the alphabet, but it's the last one I'll do, because then it's time to play some Sherlock Holmes. Sure it's the right, yep, right size. Okay, so I got most of it done. But there's still plenty to go. Okay. We'll call that good, and we'll switch over to our actual game for tonight. Which will be Sherlock Holmes. Is Epic Game Store open? I don't think it is. Whoops, one moment. Stop advertising Destiny 2 at me. There we go, Crimes and Punishments. With a Sherlock. Just gonna make sure I see the window fully. Then we can switch over to the game screen and make sure it's actually capturing this. There we go. Pretty good. Oh yeah, I don't need the Twitch overlay anymore. So I can see things just fine. Let's do it.
The game is afoot, not a word. Into your clothes and come.
Man, he's right to the
I'll wait
point.
for you in the sitting room. I've just received a note from Inspector Lestrade, a letter from the suburbs. He is in need of my presence. Whenever he has asked for my assistance, it has always turned out to be entirely justified. I fancy that every one of his cases has found its way into your collection.
Yes, they all seem worthy of...
However, I regret your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of a scientific exercise.
Oh, Holmes, you...
I beg your pardon, I digress. It would be much better to examine this letter than to try to convince you.
Is she still up at this hour? Wow, she's just always there. In fact, I think the time of day changed for the telescope scene. No, I can see her over there. I can see her in the window. What the hell? Why is she always there?
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
Sorry, I got distracted. Toby? Toby!
I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Miss...
The letter is on the table, Holmes.
All right, Watson. All right. Fine.
The Brackenstall family coat of arms. A wax seal with the monogram E.B. I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he wrote this letter.
Abbey Grange, Marsham, Kent, 3:30 a.m. My dear Holmes, I should be very glad of your immediate assistance in what promises to be a most remarkable case. It is something quite in your line. Except for releasing the lady, I will see that everything is kept exactly as I have found it. But I beg you not to lose an instant, as it is difficult to leave Sir Eustace? Eustace there? Yours faithfully, Inspector Lestrade.
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always. It appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the E.B. monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately. I live in hope of an interesting morning.
Alright then. Let's go. She's just looking at that hot fellow Sherlock that's always peeping at her. Like, every day of his life, every hour, every minute, she's just standing there. I don't know if I buy it.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
Dang.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid, Teresa Wright.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right, I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson.
Hey, X-Way. How you doing, buddy?
Sir Warthen Brackenstall. Lord Ramsay Brackenstall.
Ramsay.
Baron Lyndon Brackenstall.
They all had, like, these scary eyes, apparently.
Lord George Brackenstall.
Then there's George.
Lord Brigham Brackenstall. The Brackenstall family seems rather austere.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
Fine. Wow, what a mansion!
Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
Oh, really?
I am sorry for your loss. Please accept my deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one.
Not
I
surprised.
fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
Really not surprised. Were you assaulted by your husband, then? Fresh. Pale cheeks. Is that important?
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you? Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time, out of control. Again. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
Than a death you caused him.
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11.
In the morning room.
Absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Did these three villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
Seems weird that they wouldn't take more than that.
Ladyship? Teresa, I would like to hear your testimony.
Certainly, sir.
You look weird. Not the wrinkles. Though that's interesting, that she's older. Working hands. I love when you work your hands, maid. Oh. My god, coffee stain. It explains everything.
As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
Really? It went down that quickly? I mean, that's odd, right? Because... Huh. She was supposedly... well, punched out. Ding, ding, ding. Mike Tyson's punch out. And then... she fainted from that. When she came to, she was tied to a chair. Maybe that's when she screamed. You know, it's possible. But she also said that her husband eventually succumbed, meaning he fought them for a little while. I don't know, it just seems a little weird. Anyways, family business booming. The Randall gang is back in the street. Wow, you just happened to have this on your desk? Less than a fortnight ago, this infamous family of burglars, the Randalls as they are known, made their reappearance by way of a brutal but successful intrusion to one of the wealthier homes in Sydenham. The police are already on their trail. However, the details of the crime are being kept confidential, including that of the name of the victim. A witness was able to provide... Oh, excuse me. I've had an irritated throat all day. I'm not sure why. I might have a few coughing fits. A witness was able to provide a precise description of all 3 men, and this would surely give the police the chance to complete their profile in this family of delinquents. We would take the liberty of reminding our esteemed readers about this highly dangerous band, and to provide the full description as it is available this moment. The gang has been in business for some considerable time, being a family of 3, a father and his 2 sons. The elder, Jack Randall, is a man in his 40s and already gray-haired, while of average height and build. You know what's interesting? She has this on her desk. So she knew what the Randalls look like, so she could make it up, right? Isn't that odd? If she wanted to, anyway. She seems she already knew what they look like. While of average height and build, being the mastermind behind the burglaries, he retains control over his sons, both of whom are very close in age but very different in appearance. The first son, William, is tall and broad-shouldered with a small and disproportionate head. The younger brother, Melvin Randall, is of a somewhat weaker constitution and is as skinny as a rake. The gang is wanted not only for their frequent thefts and break-ins, but for their exceptional brutal pirate career they enjoy before returning to England. Be alert, and may your valuables stay safe. Okay, her testimony is incorrect. Take a look at this. We're going to check out her dialogue here. I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man. Right? Jack is of average height and build. And he's gray-haired, so he's elderly, finger quote. But the son, William, is tall and broad-shouldered. So, either she got her details wrong, or it's not this gang. My guess is that she got the details wrong. Because she has this information at her desk.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times
No, it's not.
article.
You're lying. Holmes, you're wrong.
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one?
Even if it is a correct description according to the game, why did she have that in her room?
So the lady and her maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship.
I'll just take that. She doesn't need it anymore. Lol.
A trapper's hut.
That's what we call this place. Anything else interesting?
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
Uh-huh. Horrible for who? Oh.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame. This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it.
I bet she can't.
Lady Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
Yeah.
We have to open it. Your ladyship?
We have to open it. Yeah, but I can't help you.
Let us try to open this safe.
No, too.
This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
Okay. This is a terrible safe. Money!
Antique coins, possibly of value, but they're scattered without care.
It's not that bad.
It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal.
Right? Why didn't they take the money? Sir Eustace, your current physical and mental state is of great concern. There are several signs of hepatic decompensation. The last time we met, your eyes were bloodshot and your skin was tinged with yellow. There is a particular odor from your breath that is common in those suffering from liver damage. Then there are the lung abscesses that we have discussed. The leg cramps you have described to me are caused by an alteration to the nervous system, which in turn is caused by an excess of alcohol. That includes the tremors. Your liver seemed excessively hard at the time of your examination, which is a sign of involving cirrhosis. There are also signs of ascites, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, fluid in the peritoneal cavity, which are evident with your swollen stomach. The pain beneath your left rib indicates a pancreatic malady, which may lead to a fatal and fulminant God, all these medical speak. Fulminant pancreatitis. Your condition may pose a risk to others. Your excessive alcohol consumption lowers your self-control and heightens your aggression. I'm available to help you with this problem. There are a number of treatment options. It wasn't a bad way. A very bad way. Cool, I'm gonna go check out some other rooms. Goodbye.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
Okay.
So, Watson, what have you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
Huh? Wasn't he struggling for a while? Barefoot, too.
Quite a large stick. A formidable weapon.
You say so.
That must be the murder weapon. Barefoot. He had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress.
Okay.
The head was cracked with the force of the blow.
Dang. Oops. Didn't mean to do that.
It is covered in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation.
Well, Watson said that didn't happen, right?
The death was instant.
There was no other apparent
A fur
wounds.
trader's cabin. A fur trader's cabin.
He has a lot of those, apparently.
A deer hunt. The hunting scene.
I love hunting. Killing helpless animals is fun. Huh.
This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen.
Right? What the hell? Starting to think she's lying.
These wine bottles are expensive and mostly from France.
Look at all this stuff they didn't steal.
An empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents.
Why didn't they just take the box? Wouldn't that be a lot easier?
A bottle of wine is missing here. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware.
Three glasses.
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured. This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other two are clear.
Indeed.
Chateau Calon Ségur, French wine, Grand Cru.
Well, there's a missing bottle.
A decanter standing next to the open bottle, an inseparable pair indeed.
Yeah, everything about this is sus as hell. But it wouldn't be a Sherlock Holmes game if it wasn't.
Sailor's knots. That's interesting. This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound to follow their trail.
Watson, smell the rope.
This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to.
Turn. Thank you.
Antique hunting weapons.
Like blunderbusses, Jesus.
The hunting scene.
Well, it's a pretty nice place, I'll give you that. Anything interesting on the outside? No footprints, no nothing.
This house feels rather sinister. I can't say that I like it here.
Yeah, it's a bit evil. I think it's all the hunting trophies.
This door leads to the upstairs bedrooms. Apparently the criminals did not venture there.
Oops. Stepped in some evidence. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, I'm missing something from the crime scene in here.
A trapper's hut. A trapper's hut.
Why? Why are there so many? What am I missing? Excuse me. Just having hiccups and coughs and everything over here. Am I okay? What am I missing? There we go.
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me.
Let's drink the wine to see if it was poison or not. Good plan. Well, we got some things to talk about, and we can do an analysis with Toby.
This case is a simple one, isn't it, Holmes?
No, it's never simple.
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments, he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight.
What the fuck?
Another day, he threw a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
What the fuck?
The alcohol seemed to madden him.
To the point that we were forced to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
He's a horrible human being. Well, was. Can't say I'll miss him.
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
What?
Your ladyship?
That seems awfully convenient. Yes, they opened one of the bottles, prepared some glasses. But one of them also came from the decanter, so are you telling me they pulled the bottle out, filled the decanter, had 1 glass full with it, and then the rest just poured from the bottle itself? Doesn't make any fucking sense. A liar?
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behavior.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead, but a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was especially hard for her.
I mean, I feel for her, but like, what I think... So my current plan, my current thought, which is probably wrong, I'm gonna guess that the 3 of them had a drink, because we already know he drank a lot, so he'd probably have a drink, right? Or at least, you know, some people had a drink. One of them was poisoned. So he died to poison, and then they struck him over the head with the fire poker and made it look like someone had been in here to steal some basic shit. But it's like, it's so incomplete. It just reeks. Like, there's no way.
I've searched outside for footprints without any luck.
See, I just don't buy it. Like, I don't think the Randalls are involved because she happened to have a note on that family in her room, so she would know how to describe them, you know? Like, it doesn't add up. Anyways, let's collect Toby. Get things started. I will be very interested to see whose smell comes up. Whoa. With 3 people, one of the 3 probably prefers one with B-swing. 2 people drinking, the remaining glass of the B-swing consists solely of dregs from the other 2 glasses. That doesn't make sense. Although it is possible. I'll hold off for now, because I don't really know. The robber was faked and the whole story invented to blame Sir Eustace's death on the Randalls. I'm pretty sure that's correct. That's how I feel this is going down. There's evidence pointing towards it right now. No personal life. Connect that to useless. Another one. The death of Sir Eustace could have been due to a poker blow. Could have been. See, they're using very, very careful language here. Deadly accident. The plot thickens. Yep. It was a scumbag, I think, is what you're looking for. Lady is acquainted with someone from the Rock of Gibraltar. Lady Brackenstall married Eustace shortly after arriving in England and remained at home during that time. There's little possibility that she or her maid are acquainted with anyone in the country. I don't know yet. I have to look through some clues to get that one. We'll hold off for now. Toby. Toby.
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case.
Rough. What do you think of this case, Toby? Rough.
I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts.
Has Toby joined the party now?
Let us see how the rope was cut. The fibers at the end of the rope are smoothly cut. Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope.
Well, it's definitely too smooth for a knife. It's gonna have to be the scissors, but I don't think the scissors are strong enough.
The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
Yeah, so it is the scissors then.
The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
What? Are you telling me it's the knife? What?
If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
What kind of sharpness is that? I never seen a knife cut through rope that easily. What? Excuse me? What the fuck? Alright, sure, why not? Shows me, I guess. Am I stupid? I'm fairly I use sharp knives every day. I'm a cook. Admittedly, I've never tried to cut through rope, but, you know, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be that easy.
Toby.
Oh my god. This game is now 11 out of 10. I'm playing a dog. Thanks, Sherlock. I can smell the color. And yes, this is me running. This is the other speed. Are you following me, Sherlock? No, he uses mind powers to open the door. Unless he's the one holding the camera.
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware.
I wonder if they shoved the silverware in there. Bit off topic, why hasn't anyone ever released another Blast Core for N64? Yeah, pretty good game. I used to play Blast Core quite a bit.
The scent leads to the well. I should check it.
Because Nintendo don't. Is this a Sega advertisement all of a sudden?
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall.
Don't worry, Axway. I feel the same way about...
The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route.
I wondered the same thing about Final Fantasy, like the old Final Fantasy games for the Super Nintendo and such. Why no one ever, like, made those games, but with actual, like, multiplayer? It's really odd to me, like, that no one ever really did that. Because I think that would be totally, like, a hit thing. Especially now that retro games are so huge. Retro gaming, I should say.
Hook might be useful.
Ah, call me Captain.
Bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently moved. Small gardening tools. Nothing of great interest. This old suitcase sounds hollow. It must be empty.
The French window is just a door with windows, or does it have to lead to the fancy backyard or something? That is a good question. I'm gonna guess they have big windows in France with doors. Sorry, with knobs. Doorknobs. Maybe it faces France. Yeah, who knows? Got any silverware in there?
There's something glittering at the bottom there, but how can I reach it?
With a rope and hook. Or chain, I guess. Hello, silverware.
Silverware? This is hardly a coincidence.
Well, 4Q.
The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware.
Holy shit, you have your coat of arms on your silverware? Is that normal? That's crazy to me. The arrow was cut once with a sharp knife and tied quickly in sailor's knots. I could indicate the intruder had a sailor's background. I think this case is pretty... intriguing so far. Oh, I have a conclusion already. Robbery is confirmed as the motive for the crime. No, that's stupid. The robbery could have been imitated to explain Sir Eustace's death. The silverware was not supposed to be found. Murderous visitor. Sir Eustace was murdered by the one person who was visiting that night. It was he who tied up Lady Brackenstall. He is tall and strong. Sunlight's turned into Shenmue. I'm looking for sailors. Hey, Toby.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
I'm more of a cat person, but sometimes I wish I had a dog. How you doing? Commander useless. My god, is that a hunting scene?
A hunter scene.
Wow.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
It's neither of those things. Oh my. Me, let's just rest up a bit. 3 hours later. Hi, Numposimus. How you doing?
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you for getting
Your
the silverware.
ladyship. We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed.
Yes, I am pretty smart. But neither of them seem surprised that I found it. So I guess we'll go ahead and research the sailors thing. You know, this almost seems a little too clear-cut. Hey, Toby. You beautiful dog, you. Indeed, my brain is so big. His brain is so big because he's overcompensating. What was that in first person? That was weird. Alright, 1893. There we go. Arrival of the Rock of Gibraltar. A ship returned. Yay. The Rock of Gibraltar, a bulk carrier from the Adelaide Southampton London line. Jesus. Cunard Building, James Street, London, has returned from a 6-month voyage through India, New Zealand, and Australia. The ship brought to England Miss Mary Fraser, the heiress of the Fraser family, owning land and tin mines in Australia. This reportedly beautiful young lady is presently engaged to Sir Eustace Brackenstall, one of the wealthiest gentlemen in Kent.
Here it is.
Well, now we know where it docked.
The shipping company, the Adelaide Southampton London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
Gibraltar,
I think
okay.
that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
Little boys. I can do that.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
Yeah, fuck this toy, I'm out. Am I just other people to you now?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893 and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
Don't mind streamer. Not even using my name.
Here
You
it
guys
is,
are the
Mr.
worst.
Holmes, but we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins.
I feel awkward helloing after conversation has already started. Well, hello anyway.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London Line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th. This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime. I do not think that this sailor has any connection to the case. I do not think that this sailor has any connection to the case. I do not think that this...
Yeah, well, stop thinking. Right, this actually was after. Whoops, that's stupid. Well, in that case, it can... Wait. How does that work? These are records, right? If the murder happened this year, how can it arrive the next year? Is that like a prediction, or? I'm very confused. No, because they said it happened a year ago. I guess these are like, it will arrive in London. But it says arrival. But it's not 1895. How is this possible? I'm very confused. I'm very confused right now. Am I being stupid? Like, the murder happened the 7th. How the hell can I have departed November 10? Can someone explain this to me, please? Just tell me if I'm being really ignorant and stupid, because I'm losing my mind. Jesus.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Yeah, right? Okay. This guy too.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Okay. 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 Okay, so it is still at sea. Gotcha. I was really losing my mind there for a bit. Charles, Jack, Thomas, and Herbert.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days.
Right. See, that's what got me. Like, I thought it had departed already, so I was like, how does this work? Oh, jeez.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be. This officer is still at sea.
Is there a Charles in here? Oh, there he is.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
So it can be Jack.
Captain Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
Hooray. Okay, then.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would
I
be
think he's a
interesting to
fucker.
meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him.
Hey.
Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
I've got you covered, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes?
Whoa.
I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
You're a big tall man.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why.
Clear. Honest. Do you think so? He is very strong. Newspaper ink. Clean boots. And a knife.
You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her. From when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night?
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No. There is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
A letter. Mr. Holmes. Oh, it's Blinkhorn. That's the architect from the last case. The archaeologist, not architect, sorry. Today is the first time that I have been allowed to write a single letter, and you are the first person whom I would wish to address. I repent all that I have done, but at the same time I find myself grateful for your uncovering the truth. It has given me an enormous life lesson. I also thank you for my conditional sentence, for soon I may be able to live a fulfilling life once again, and not be condemned by society. Yeah, you know, that's nice. Yeah, but I kind of understand him losing, like, everything because of some douchebag. I don't know why it came out that way. I apologize. Seriously, I apologize. That was not intended. Crocker is lying. His involvement is clear. See, that's the problem when you like make mistakes like that. Now it's stuck. Like, it exists on the internet in the form of this stream. So someone will find it and be like, "You said this. You hate everything." I'm like, oh no, God. Crocker is lying. His involvement is clear. He appeared as soon as he heard that I was looking for him, thus signaling his guilt. Yeah. The captain is the killer. Sir Eustace was murdered by one person who was visiting that night. The murderer is tall and agile, and a high-ranking sailor. Jack Crocker is a murderer, and you will bring him and his accomplice, Lady Brackenstall, to justice. Or, the murderer was committed in self-defense. The murderer, rather. Jack Crocker defended a woman against a violent and dipsomaniacal man. Dipsomaniacal, never heard of that before. The mystery is solved, but you decide to keep it secret. There's no need to inform the police. Or, perhaps there were 3 people there. And it wasn't an imitated robbery. It was the motive. Yeah. And it's the Randall's fault. Sorry. It was the Randall gang that did it. I wonder how you switch these around. Oh, it's this one, isn't it? Eh. Crocker is not. It's not the, yeah, the Randalls are guilty. It's definitely them. Absolutely them. Sir Eustace was murdered by the Randall gang. The robbery is confirmed as the motive of the crime. Glory to Lestrade. That is a great way to do this. Also reported. Damn you, Enoch! No! I've been working so hard to have my 100 followers. Don't do this to me. You damn jerk! The case is too simple for you. Take this take this opportunity to give all the credit to your friend Lestrade. Your name will not appear in the press. That is not something Sherlock would do ever, I'm pretty sure. Trump the police. The speed with which you resolve this thorny problem is indicative of genius. The police naturally only demonstrate their incompetence. Like, this is so obviously the incorrect answer that it hurts. Like, it has to be, right? There's no there's no way. Oh jeez. Do we have any more clues? No. Unless you're telling me there's something like super crazy happened. Glory to Lestrade is so funny though. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yes, the other conclusion. Domestic accident. The death of Sir Eustace was an accident caused by a struggle with his wife. You can condemn her with the other button this time. Interesting. Usually it's the other way around. Absolve Lady Brackenstall. Lady Brackenstall and her maid committed the crime in self-defense. You decided that there's no point in blaming the poor woman. Or, Lady Brackenstall and her maid killed Sir Eustace and attempted to cover their crime. They deserved to be treated as criminals. No. See, there's a few pieces of evidence as to why, what's the word I'm looking for? As to why it's, Crocker. Because the suspect escaped. If it was just her and her maid that killed him, then there wouldn't be a scent trail to someone else entirely leading outside. The same scent that also left the mansion. So, it's very obviously Crocker. It has to be. I'm very certain about this. The Randalls is bullshit. She had the information about them, so she pulled that off because she didn't want to implicate the captain, whom she knew from Australia. This seems pretty clear-cut, which makes me feel like I might be wrong, because it seems too easy. They went to the shed to get the hook, then they placed the hook on the well to lower down the silverware. That's not to, you know, steal it. For whatever reason. And then they put, I guess they put the hook back. And then this guy escaped. He had the knife to cut the rope, so he was definitely there. There's just so much evidence to point that he was there. Like, there's no way he wasn't. The real question is, do we absolve him or do we arrest him? I feel really bad for the lady. I don't really care about this guy, though. So arresting him and the lady seems to be a little harsh. So as with like every other criminal, I'm just gonna absolve him, lol.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
He's gonna be mad.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
What?
I know because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife. The knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household. When I talked to her maid, who told me everything, I was insane with rage.
I don't blame you.
I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots.
True.
Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
Aw.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear. And it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit.
Wow.
Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
Are we gonna fight? It's time to shoot himself. Stop it. Stop trying to kill yourself.
Please forgive me, Captain Crocker. I wished only to test your sincerity, and your words and deeds have far exceeded
Yeah,
my
he's not a bad
expectations.
guy. There's no way.
See here, Captain Crocker. We'll do this in due form of law. You are the prisoner. Watson, you are a British jury. Captain Crocker.
Well, this
the
guy makes
evidence
sense.
shows that you acted without premeditation and used reasonable force to protect an innocent victim from her husband's brutality.
It's true.
Your devotion pushed you to attempt to kill yourself in order to protect the one you love. Now, what say you, gentlemen of the jury?
Not guilty, my lord.
Vox populi, vox dei. You are acquitted, Captain Crocker. So long as the law does not find some other victim, you are safe from me.
Yeah.
Mr. Holmes.
It is a great responsibility that I take upon myself, but I will give Lestrade an excellent lead, and if he can't avail himself of it, I can do no more. Come back to your lady in a year, and may her future and yours justify us in the judgment which we have pronounced this night.
I feel like this really ended okay, though. The guy would have died from all of his ridiculous
Inspector, I'm afraid that the murderers have escaped
medical
us.
issues anyway.
What? Do you mean to tell me that you failed? Never thought I'd live to see the day.
I mentioned the murderers, not the case. It is obvious that the crime was committed by 3 criminals who cannot be the Randalls.
You really think so?
You only need to find a gang of 3 thugs wandering around. I can trust you to do that.
If they exist, I'll catch them.
It won't.
You'll find someone, I have no doubt of it. Goodbye, Inspector.
Does that make a future case, then? I don't think we even need to look, but yeah, the captain is the killer. Sir Eustace was murdered by Captain Jack Crocker, who was visiting Lady Brackenstall that night. They staged it as a robbery by the Randall gang. Crocker used his sea knife to cut the bell rope to tie the lady. So did he also hit her? No. It was her husband that hit her, right? Makes sense. No glory for Lestrade. It's okay. Jack Crocker defended a woman against a violent and dipsomaniacal man. You have decided to keep it a secret. Like, I'm not a police officer in real life. And you could say that murder is murder. I would never murder someone no matter how evil they are, because I'm a pacifist. But, like, in my mind, was this justified? I mean, he was a terrible human being. He had already killed, like, animals. Obviously, he hunted them, but also he set the dog on fire. He beat his wife repeatedly. He harassed and struck the maid. And God knows what else he had done. In the course of his years. His body was failing him in so many different ways. He was about to die anyway, pretty much. He didn't have that many years left. I really don't feel bad. I really feel like, while killing him was an unfortunate thing that had to happen, it was technically in defense of another. I'm not sure if the police would see it that way, and even if they did, we wouldn't frame it that way because that wasn't an option. But yeah, this was a pretty easy one. And the moral option was also pretty simple. For me, anyway. I'm gonna take a guess that most people did it the way I did. They found out that he was the killer and they absolved him. But let's take a look at the other endings. Let's do the obviously wrong ones, because that's fun. Time for some glory for Lestrade. That's not right. Any glory for Lestrade. Glory to Lestrade. This is so wrong that it hurts though. Like every time you do these wrong, it really hurts. Like, cause you know this is so wrong. To get to this conclusion, you kind of have to be an idiot. No offense to anyone who might have taken this conclusion.
Inspector, this case proved to be a simple one after all.
You think it's the Randall gang, then?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll put my men on it straight away.
I'll leave that to you, Inspector. After all, you have handled this matter quite brilliantly.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I do appreciate it.
That's it. Yes, take the credit, Lestrade. Wink, wink. It's almost like we're just like, nah, this is too simple. You can have this. You know, that's a lot more likely. Like, I don't care about this case anymore, so you do you. Lol. Yeah, that's so bad. Glory to Arstotska. Alright then, Mr. Holmes, that's fucking great of you. It was all a big accident. But we're gonna condemn her because she's a murderer. It was an accident, but you committed murder!
I have reached my conclusion, Lestrade. I regret that your culprits are in the next room.
Lady Brackenstall and her maid?
Yes, and their mise en scene after the death of Sir Eustace can only point to premeditation.
That's terrible. Follow me. I'm going to arrest them.
That's terrible. Oh, well, let's go fuck them up.
Ladies, I must arrest you both for the murder of Sir Eustace.
What? But that's impossible. We are innocent. Madam.
You'll tell that to the judge. Come with me now.
You are making a serious mistake, Inspector.
Nah.
You too, Mr. Holmes, which is rather surprising of you.
Or rather, impossible.
I'm an arrogant douchebag. You have decided to place them behind bars. They deserve to be treated as criminals. Oh my god. What do you mean it was incorrect? Alright, well, we'll do it properly. That was funny, though. I really love how the wrong conclusions have this super short ending. Like, but you're wrong, Mr. Holmes. Game over. Alright. The captain is the killer. The captain's the killer.
Wiggins.
Wiggins. Barely an hour has passed.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over.
What?
I know, and because
It's true.
it is time for you to tell us.
I admit that I loved Mary. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. Oh, I regret nothing.
Lady Brackenstone.
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Now it is time to end this.
Oh no, my controller is disconnected. What should I do?
Watson.
It's over, Holmes. We can do nothing for him now.
Here is a case that didn't end as I had expected. It is entirely my fault. I know that you have already drafted a summary of the case. You have my permission for its publication, if you so wish.
I'll think about it, Holmes.
Don't you wish I could end it differently?
Holmes! Whatever is going on here?
That is Sir Eustace's killer. He has performed his own brand of justice.
My God! But why did you not call me?
I apologize. Here is his letter of confession.
So much drama.
You have no idea.
Oh, that actually is okay. Yeah, well, that's not happening. That's way too sad. But I was very curious to see if it would just tell me to try again. But I know, that's an acceptable outcome, apparently. Very interesting, very interesting. Definitely not gonna go that way, though. We're gonna make sure he doesn't die.
Wiggins, could you ask...
Yeah, but you're mean. Meanie.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
To shoot you again.
I know, and because...
It's true.
It is time...
I admit, I was due... Oh, I regret nothing. Mary.
Mary.
That makes her an accomplice.
Mr.
The music
Holmes,
cues are so bad.
Not have
till I die, do you hear?
Till I die, do you hear?
Please forgive me, Captain Crocker. See here, Captain Crocker. Captain Crocker, your devotion pushed you to... What?
What?
I mentioned...
You really think so?
You only need to find a gang of 3 thugs.
If they exist?
You'll find someone.
Captain Crocker, Captain Crocker, Captain Crocker. Alright, might as well get started on the next one. Hey Jason, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I'm not surprised that most people solved it this way. This one was pretty easy. I'm very conscientious, apparently. Conscientious. Very conscientious. Surprisingly, though, still 36% of people put him behind bars. The Kew Gardens drama.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I
Bees!
increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
Yeah, I saw
Have
that.
any case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew.
Kew.
I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, However did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
Toby's like, please help, there's bees everywhere. So we probably won't be able to solve this case, whatever it is. But we'll play for a little while, about an hour, and then we'll call it. Or whenever I get tired enough, which is probably pretty soon. They better behave in my absence. I don't want them to turn the place into a hive.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that
That would
this
really
place is
sting.
beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
But now I'm just, you know, shouting buzzwords at you.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Buzz off,
We
non-possums.
are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favor for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
Wesker?
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me.
Huh?
Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met,
I haven't.
and Miss White.
Albert?
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the
Are you
matter?
crying?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh, damn.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house.
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack, just like that, so suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
What should we do next, Holmes?
I'll tell you what we'll do.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead.
Dead.
This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it.
2 days and nobody bothered to clean up the blood?
Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound.
Died from a heart attack, huh? Press X to doubt, chat. Oh, come on.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground. This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed. The esconsson was breached near the handle.
Someone, like, tackled it
The door
open?
was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
Very strange. Half of the Colonial Collection is absent.
Also, wow, what a glass house. Anyways.
The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
Clean up. Huh.
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow.
Who has lungs that powerful?
A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture. These windows were perfectly cleaned.
I can see.
Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned.
I can see what you mean about the kind of wildly changing, what's the word I'm looking for? Audio levels.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
I keep forgetting to use imagination. It's a pretty interesting mechanic that I barely used so far. It would probably really help me to actually, like, get these things together, you know?
No, it wasn't like that.
No, not that one. Like, you can put these together.
No, it wasn't like that.
That's not what happened, apparently. I wanted to read that thing on the floor. Come on, you had something. There we go.
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here. All the clues around here are quite suspicious.
Oh, I was supposed to use my
I need
imagination.
my imagination to make sense.
I thought I
of
could
it.
use it, like, anywhere. Busted through the door. Knocked over the pot. Donk. That's a bad fall.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
It's a good question. Perform an autopsy on Montague Dunn. The death is suspicious. Why had he forced the door of the Colonial Collection Room? Why had someone clean and empty the room? Was it a trap or a simple accident? I feel like I've gotten better at this game, though. Like, I've gotten more into
asked
it.
Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy, then.
Montague is now done. You're right. I want to go into the staff room. Out of the way, Sherlock coming through. There's something creepy about just a couple of dead bodies just like laying around in a room in an otherwise pretty populated area. It just feels weird. Hello, Landon. Good to see you. How you doing tonight?
A very good day to you, my friend. Is Inspector Lestrade
Talking.
I'm sorry, sir, but the inspector's absent at the moment.
A very good day to
I'll
you,
just
my friend.
talk the other way.
Is Inspector Lestrade in?
I'm sorry, sir, but the inspector's absent at the moment.
Oh, where is he?
It's ready for autopsy, then.
I'll just never talk by looking at anyone. I'll just look away every time.
Mr. Holmes?
Am I missing something? There we go.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination.
Please tell me I don't have to cut this thing open.
There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy.
I really don't want to cut up a corpse and stream.
There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse.
Apparently when you die, your textures go very low resolution. It's been a long day, nice to catch a stream. Well, it's nice to catch you too.
And the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma.
How do you know? Did you open his mouth and smell it?
No redness, stings, or bruises. Nothing suspicious here. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
Oh god. Okay, it's a lot cleaner than I thought it would be. Pretty sure it wouldn't look like this if someone cut someone open. It's a little too clean and plastic looking. Let's do some internal organs with Commander Useless. Okay, yeah, no, it's fine. I'll just fucking pick them up. Yeah, that's okay, that's okay.
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
Okay.
The lungs are congested and edematous.
Splort. Let's take his heart out. Just rip it out. Yeah, it's fine.
The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs. The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs.
I love that we just take it out and spin around like, nah, this seems okay. What am I doing with my life?
There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death.
What was that, like, Wii game or whatever? Trauma Center? I always wanted to play that. It seems so weird.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs.
It's a big liver.
The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
This smells wonderful. I want to put this on my grill.
The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction.
A lot of people do.
My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning, plant
poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean
Yes, it is murder.
we should inform Lestrade?
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No, we also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs.
It's really funny, because the game
Yes, Watson. It is time now to open the doors.
expects us to...
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
The game already expects us to have spoken to the people over there, which I have not. I literally didn't talk to anyone except Albert that one time. I didn't talk to Miss White. Didn't talk to Martin at all. Let's go do some interrogation. Dunn was poisoned after being trapped in a colonial collection room by the killer. Montague Dunn was done, affected by inhaling a virulent vegetal poison. Why, hello. Yeah, I don't like his accent either. He sounds like dead inside, but I'm used to it now. Inexpressive, like this guy looks dead inside. Dirty collar, yep. I mean, he does work here. He owns the place, in fact. Unmarried, very important.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
Or anywhere, since you've been standing here all day.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better.
Really?
You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
Excuse me. Yes, he was quite an asshole, so he died of a heart attack, yes.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That
And?
He had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. I will speak way too loudly, because the audio levels were terrible. Just gonna... Look.
Nursery.
Nursery.
Locked.
Damn it! I'm just gonna enjoy kicking down some doors. Miss White.
Colonial Collection. Director's Office, Cloakroom, and Laboratory.
Laboratory. Oh,
Palm House.
my cursor's trying to escape.
Water Lily Greenhouse. Dry Tropics. Seed House.
Sounds like a tavern.
Ventilation System. Nursery.
Nursery.
A map of Kew Gardens. Reserve.
Object of interest. We'll have to come back to it.
There is a smell of burning.
Burning leaves, maybe? You're not burning something suspicious, are you? Yeah, let's pick that out of the fire. It's fine.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned.
Could it possibly be really poisonous plants?
Door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire?
Hey,
The
it's...
door handle to the Colonial Collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material. A broom handle was half burned.
Who's this bad at fire?
The remains of a picture frame.
What the hell?
A protective mask.
Like something you fight in a horror game.
Someone set it alight, but it did not burn.
Burned a little bit. Any evidence anywhere I can steal?
Dry Tropics.
Nursery.
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
So it's a tropical plant that was burned, most likely. To be fair, there are some cactuses that are extremely poisonous, as far as I know. Or cacti, I should say, not cactuses. As far as I remember, anyway.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Now, everything else aside,
Water Lily Greenhouse.
this is definitely quite a spectacular,
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
quite the greenhouse.
Do not touch.
Why?
The plants were here. All of them was stolen.
So the finger quote stolen plants are probably the poisonous plants that they burned. They didn't get stolen.
Here is a list of the stolen plants.
That's my guess. Watson?
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Hey, Albert. red eyes. Wept recently, consumed by grief. You killed your father!
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house.
I bet she did.
That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah. At the moment, I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
Fair.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens. And I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
Even though you think you're good for this.
And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
Huh.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Yes, take all my keys.
We shall see you again soon.
Didn't even ask for the keys. Not really. For all he knows, I could be posing as someone important.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
Of course. New plant species. The Kew Gardens team are pleased to announce the successful production of a new variety of barley. One that retains a complete resistance to the cold. They have named it the Siberian barley. Mr. Martin Hamish, the proud cultivator of the graft, will hold a press conference next Monday morning upon this very subject. Amazing. Nice hat. Okay. My dearest Margaret, following our last conversation, I believe it might be better for you to vacate your position here at Kew Gardens. As you pointed out quite bluntly, you are no longer in need of my support. You are quite able to stand up for yourself in this world, as you say. Well, I give you back your freedom, and I wish you nothing but good luck. Montague Dunn. The breakup. Interesting. Hello? Was that Watson being creepy? I think it was. No. Hey, who closed the door? Good luck, bye.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work. And his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure.
Whoa.
It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
You just called him useless. Yes, poor Albert, the fucking useless boy.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention.
You sound jealous.
An intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
You sound
Thank you,
jealous.
We shall continue our investigation.
Jealous. Anyways, what's I done in here? This shit again. Wee. Yay. I hate puzzles like this. Ah! At least it follows a simple pattern for a little while. Please be right. Thank you. My dear friend, please allow me to express my please allow me to express my disappointment upon reading your last letter. I am paying you to defend me, not to accuse me. Kew Gardens is a royal institution. We are granted the great opportunity to travel the world and to save the most extraordinarily precious and rare species of plants. Our duty is to protect such species and from those who might wish to use them for dubious purpose. This divine syndicate of whom you speak have no right to hold such precious plants. Remember the case of June 14, 1889, archives. So I must respectfully ask you once again to notarize the permissions on these plants on behalf of Kew Gardens. The documents were sent to you on Monday. P.S. See you in Boodles on Tuesday as always. Montague Dunn. So done. Mr. Dunn, we must ask you, for the last time, to return for the return of our dear sisters. Do not have any right to hold them imprisoned. They do not belong to you. Your so-called permissions are wholly false. You are hiding behind lies. You are sitting on a throne of lies. The lie, we need not elaborate, was reported in the press as a case of June 14, 1889. What you have done is quite abhorrent. Be very sure that we shall never abandon our family members. We trusted you, and regret having done so. Divine Syndicate. Huh.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Eh? Debt to Miss Margaret White and Mr. Montague Dunn. Rental of suite of... Excuse me. Rental of a suite of rooms at Oxford Street. An educational scholarship at London University. Credits open in Hamilton. Whoa. About Radigan House, Taylor's, and at Baird and Sons luxury jewelers. Dang. She led a quite the lavish life. My God, champagne.
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste. French wine. A remarkable vintage.
Clearly, he's a good guy. He liked booze.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
Reynold? Well, we got a lot of archiving to do. Might as well get started on that. Miss White and Mr. Dunn had a recent disagreement. Montague Dunn was planning to release Miss White from her position at Kew Gardens. Alright, let's do some archiving. Stolen plans list. That's probably encyclopedia stuff. Let's see. Economics. Machine works, typewriter. Why not dynamite? History. Cocaine toothache drops? Medicinal herbs, exotic plants, poisonous. These plants have a certain toxicity in common, more or less variable. Dionea carnivorous. Oh god, am I gonna pronounce these? Carlina inebriae. Florum diabolica. That's quite the name. Prunus serotina. Chromolena odorata. Helium force tepuis, I don't know. Biblis, Genlicia violacea, Darlingtonia, and Cracocus cephalotus. Whoa. Cracocious cephalotus? Whatever. Only the first three can be dangerous to humans, particularly Florum diabolica, but only under very specific conditions. The plant should react to a process of aggression against which it will issue deadly spores. And we do see that Florum diabolica was in fact on the list. A few of them actually are on the list. The Carlina inebriae is also on here. They're specifically pointing out all three of them are here actually, yeah. I like how all three of them, like the first three are listed here and the first three are listed on the left as well. That's hilarious.
Here it is.
Alright. Broken pot symbol. This glyph means divine, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see.
That is not the one I need.
Plant hormones. History.
That is...
It's gotta be something. That looks distinctly Asian, now that I look at it. Really?
That is...
Why is early rely... Hang on. I just realized, why is this thing here? Isn't that Cthulhian stuff? Whatever. Yep. Match girls.
That is not...
Really? I'm confused. Oh, right. It's the divine, I'm stupid. Yeah, I just read it. Like, I don't know why I didn't think of that. I guess I didn't read it. It wasn't the Scanlet Divine Syndicate. Really surprised me. Huh. My name is Jet. Hey, how you doing, Jet? Thanks for joining. It's going okay. It turns out I'm stupid. It turns out that I'm quite the idiot. Read them carefully, useless. Rubber brain cells together to no avail, apparently. I thought it might be the scandal at the Divine Syndicate, but he says, no, you are incorrect. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. Guess I'm not allowed to exit. Oh, chemistry. I didn't know I could do that. I thought newspapers was the first page. Okay. Okay. Martial arts. Marks and symbols. Here we go. The Divine Scholastic Syndicate for Vegetation Veneration. The members of the syndicate worship Trewan, the God King. They strive to obtain spiritual peace and release themselves from the material world, so generous donations are appreciated. We must release ourselves from the material world, and to do that, we need money.
Here it is. The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
Fair. Now we can look at this symbol as well. Seymour's Garden, gardening equipment and supplies. We are a premium supplier for all your landscape, gardening, and timber requirements. Full range supply and delivery of sands, soils, mulches, pots, and anything else you may need.
Here it is.
At the start of this case, I started to think about what is that plant at the plot point of one of the X-Files episodes. I haven't seen X-Files in like 30 years. When I was like 4. So, yeah. The Divine Syndicate. Yes, the scandal. The scandal at Divine Syndicate Club. The Divine Syndicate Club, followers of the God King Trawan, situated on 48 Grosvenor Street, Carlton Road. Protectors of plants, and more particularly trees, are currently the subject of an administrative investigation. The leaders of this organization are suspected of financial malfeasance. It may be that this investigation will lead to charges of judiciary. Meanwhile, many voices have risen high against this inspection, denouncing the state. In fact, this private organization, which has been given as its goal the defense and protection of nature, and which incorporates many persons of influence, including political representatives of the opposition party.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn. My archive. I can always consult with it if needed.
Alright. Well then. Let's go to the Divine Syndicate. The killers may be those who stole the exotic plants, including the deadly species, from the last exhibition at Kew Gardens. Interestingly, Hamish lied about them, said that they didn't really have any poisonous plants, which is interesting. And he is very, very passionate about his work, so he would know.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
It really is nice. Very, very Asian. Is that a Torii gate? Not quite. Bet you non-Possumus likes this area. Hey, Guru.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock...
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements, and moreover, from the quality of the ambient geotropism, it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Never mind, this is
Disturbed is most definitely
this is very offensive.
Completed is the symbiosis. Welcomed you are. To introduce myself, I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Nice tattoo on your neck there, buddy. Calluses. Acid burn.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
Through donations, I wonder.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
I am totally
What
serious.
is the name of our Lord?
our God King?
Easy.
Our God King's name is Trewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, good. I like you.
How can it be Trewan when it's one E? It should be Trewan.
To the wisdom
Tre.
place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Great.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Taste our poop.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
We visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation.
Right.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Bye. Weirdo. Well, there's her symbol. I wanted to look at that game.
A fragment of a flower pot. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
Okay. And these are from the Kew Royal Botanic Gardens.
The Kew Gardens symbol.
I'll just take this with me. Like the Mushroom Kingdom? I don't know. But if that's true, then here we go! Oh, jeez. I mean, it's quite aesthetic, don't get me wrong, but jeez.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of. It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Did you just eat from that spoon and then put the spoon right back in the sap? Nice. Also, did you just eat a spoon of cocaine? Holmes? I'm worried about you, buddy.
This Green Grand Mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes. We should search every inch of this place.
And apparently it's rather delicious.
This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
You know there's a person right there, right? Okay. Ah, jeez. I'll leave that where it is. Okay. Could be it. Actually, no, it couldn't. It has to be this one. Oops. Things are getting slightly more complicated than usual. Which is very interesting. Oh. I had no idea I could move them that way. Alright. I get it. That makes this a little bit more interesting. This piece cannot be moved that way, though. Ah, controls. Always struggle a little bit with controls. I wonder if there are red herrings at all. You know what I mean? Can I, like, fit them together? Yeah, I can. But am I supposed to? Yes. Okay, that makes more sense now. Yeah, this makes more sense. That should do it, I think. Oh no, I'm being stupid. That should do it, he says, and then realizes he's wrong. Anyways, hello, funny hat man.
Praise the grand tree, praise it!
Okay.
This must be Treewan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
It's dumb looking.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
Let's steal them. All of them. Okay. Why not? Hey, this looks like the flower that was burned. This plant here.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
Rafflesia Arnold's.
A tropical plant.
Yeah, these aren't interesting at all. Looking for a particular plant. Oh, maybe it was this one? No, this is the same one.
A tropical
Ah, here we go.
These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
All of them. Where do you carry all this crap? It's actually Watson carrying all of it, I imagine. I like how we just steal stuff. Alright, what secrets do you hold?
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
What the fuck? There's the cocaine, opium. What else do you guys got?
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
Can't do it yet.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments.
Yes, it's all about nature, right?
A vast amount of opium.
I rest my case. Yikes. Yeah, it must be Watson. I know, right? So, you want to talk about your cocaine and opium?
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
The flower pots? Oh, I had to talk about the symbol. Kind of a misleading answer, though.
Not worthy there.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
I don't know.
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet, you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
It was in the letter he wrote.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Fun note, though, my ex is Japanese, and when she tries to pronounce certain words like Dan, it comes out as damp, which is pretty funny. So that he remembered him as dump was kind of funny. Alright, well, we have more things to check out at the gardens. We might be able to finish this case at this rate. We're doing pretty well, I think. Huh? 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 This really has nothing to do with the other ones? I'm shocked. Sex stole everything. The Divine Syndicate stole all the plants from the expedition, including the deadly species. They could have used them in order to murder... No. I don't think so. True, if I did get some of that pure sap, it might be good. Which was, you know, powder and not sap, so... Because it was pure, you know? Pure.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. You are useless. Like me.
Locked. There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory.
Gold dust.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
More work for Toby.
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Get dabbed on.
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
Yes, modern. For the time, I guess.
I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything. I don't hear it.
I don't hear anything.
Okay.
I don't hear anything.
That's not what I meant to do, Holmes.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
So if I am allowed to guess, because I don't actually know, this thing functions similarly to how a vinyl would work, I assume, or an LP perhaps, where there's actually like kind of a rifling, like a track, a physical track inside these cylinders. So it has a needle of some kind that tracks the track, and this big old phone here produces sound. I'm guessing that's how that works. Which is a very interesting mechanical feat. Always like these things. The outside of the cylinder? I thought it was the inside. I can't spin it around to look, unfortunately. But I believe you. Oh yeah, the outside, of course, because that's where it's located. That makes sense.
It seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants to respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
I don't know, it could have been shaped like a hook or something. You know, like a U shape. And then as it spins, it might, like, kind of screw it forwards or backwards. I don't know. I don't know. I was guessing.
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
I guess a hook-shaped needle probably wouldn't be very good for the reverberations to travel through.
A botany book.
How surprising.
This student's book belongs to Albert.
Repeat year. I see. That's pretty neat. I would like to use one as a voice recorder. I think the problem is once you've used it once, that's it. It's not like you can re-record it, right? Ah, this mask looks familiar.
Masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
Supposedly not. But obviously, yes.
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here.
Cool. How about the Edison roller thing?
The
I mean,
employee's cloakroom.
I'm not allowed in there. Can I
locked.
Take it?
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it.
Yeah, we're thieves. Okay, more lockpicking. Well, first things first. Let's get these lined up. That seems apropos. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, that was easy.
Open.
He used his mind powers again. He got so frustrated with the door, he just said, open, and it just flew open. Amazing. Holmes, you're the best.
Albert's locker. Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea. A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
Oh no. Royal Navy School of NCOS? NCOs. Recruitment Centre, London. Sir, It is my regret to inform you that despite your excellent results within our entry examinations, we are unable to invite you to the Royal Navy School. Your father, Mr. Montague Dunn, has expressed his intention to entrust you to the directorship of the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew, and it is clear that he would not release you for an entire year of naval training. Please accept all of our best wishes for your future at Kew Gardens. Yours faithfully, J.M. Lemarchand, perhaps, Director of the Royal Navy Training Center. So, damn. Albert was apparently really good for the Navy. That's quite interesting. What am I?
Young Albert, standing with a woman in front of London University.
Is it Mary?
Martin Hamish's locker.
Got any traces in
A
here?
review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Okay. Mr. General Secretary. Self-proclaimed. Well, no, he was the general director or whatever. He still proclaimed himself as. Recent events unfolding at Kew Gardens oblige me to renew my application for the management position. As I have stated already in my previous letters, I believe that no one is better suited for the post. While Mr. Montague Dunn was alive, I understood your reservation to my suggestion. Your reasons were political, and so I was happy to comply. But now the Kew Gardens lie in disorder. How can I stand by and allow it? How can I leave them in the hands of inexperienced people with no motivation? I must urge you to cast your decision as a matter of urgency, so that I may devote myself entirely to the noble task ahead, and free my mind from this uncertainty. Ambitious
Martin
bastard, isn't he?
Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
I thought this was his hand reaching out towards the camera. No, it's just a plant, but it kind of looks like, no, save me, send help.
Father and I, Kew Gardens.
Well, I was kind of proud of his son, I guess. I mean, he did take a photo of him. Better than something.
Miss White's locker. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Dear Mother and Father, I am writing this letter with reluctance to ask for your help. My studies and my housing costs have proven to be more expensive than I had anticipated. I fear, therefore, that I may not be able to manage in the long term. I know that we have had our disagreements in the past, but would you be so heartless as to allow your daughter to fail her studies due to lack of money? This is bullshit. Because we know you had luxury stuff. A lavish life.
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student.
Think about the box itself. Yes. No money.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
No money at all.
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
No money at all. Margaret, we were surprised to receive your letter. How could you think to ask us for money after all these years that have passed since you left and without any thought of us? You have never shared with us any detail of your success at the university, but you choose to do so now? We suppose you must be ashamed of us, for we are not from the same high class as your new friends. Yes, we are modest people, but you should learn to put your family first, as we at home always have done. And none of us ever compromised the reputation, as it appears you have already with your employer, Mr. Dunn. No, Margaret, it is you who makes us feel ashamed, your parents. Yeah. I kind of get it. What a picture. What a fucking picture. It's not like he had that stamp on the application or anything. Albert's hopes denied. Amazing. That should be a meme of its own. Jeez. Dear Margaret, I know how your financial troubles are overwhelming you at the present time. Please let me reassure you that I could not permit you to remain in such a dilemma. Yeah. I was born of a wealthy family. I would consider it an honor if you might accept my help. Your devoted servant, Albert. Margaret White's studies and social situation were completely dependent upon Montague Dunn's wealth. Indeed. Didn't mean to exit the screen. Really? Poisoning the studies. Well, we still have to speak to Miss White, so, let's find her, and let's pretend we never unlocked this door. Hi, Watson. Bye, Watson. Hey.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
Liar!
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire.
That's a little different from what you said.
Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. So it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
I hated him so much I would even have killed him if I had the opportunity to, which of course I didn't. I didn't kill anyone. Definitely not, no. I'm not covered in all this soil because I was out burning the toxic plants and the mask and the stuff I used when I poisoned him. No, not me. I have a pretty decent picture of what happened here, but we'll see. I could be wrong.
An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year.
I'm glad it's a grower and not something else.
A master's degree diploma. It belongs to Martin Hamish.
Yeah, no shock there. He's good at his job.
A thesis written by Martin Hamish.
Okay.
A thesis. A thesis.
Sorry.
A glasses case. It is empty.
Because he's wearing them.
This area serves as Martin Hamish's office.
In the nursery? Alright.
This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing. But it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens.
It wasn't cute enough.
This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
Damn. He's a very good botanist, apparently. Botanist, as they say.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, no, that's why I kept repeating it. I was gonna see if anyone picked up on that.
These
eunuch.
young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery.
I do like writing on my theses. Where is Miss White, anyway? I haven't seen her. Someone just threw away the bust of Dunn, like, just a couple of days ago after he died. Wait, he died a couple of days ago is what I mean. I was almost hoping to find blood in this thing. Would have made it really funny.
It is a bust of Montague Dunn.
Like, a really crazy, implication. What else am I looking for? The fact that his head is cracked?
I am curious if the marble that we found will fit this place. Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common.
Weird. Not sure what to make of that.
The seeds of plant species are stored here.
Ah, the seed house. That's where Margaret probably is. It makes sense. Or maybe not.
Open.
I really love that line as the door just flies open. Open, you pathetic door. Don't you know who I am? I'm Sherlock fucking Holmes.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you too. But
You do not have nice plants,
My name
Watson.
is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
No.
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
I like the green eyes. That's about it, though. Expensive perfume. You know, financial trouble. Bruises. That's a lot of information from her hands. Pink marks, past malnutrition, pellagra, and poor family. You come from a poor people's home. We must destroy you. Unmarried.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
That I couldn't get his fortune. I mean, wait.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
I know, right, Ionic? I noticed that too.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
Man, these people and their feces. Also, she kind of reminds me a bit of Bastila from Knights of the Old Republic. She doesn't quite have the same voice, but there's something about her.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
Almost like a Jedi.
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
I can kind of believe that.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
No, it's not.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Until I get all of his money.
None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Indeed. Martin Hamish had a motive. He believed that he and his father's lives had been ruined by Dunn, who had taken credits for all of their work. Hamish wished to take over the directorship of the Kew Gardens, but he knew that he that would not be possible with Dunn still alive. That is true. Don't think... yeah. I'm still missing some important clues. We could talk to Albert about the Navy application. Let's poke around a bit more.
We are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
Yeah.
Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants.
Yeah, he wanted to join the Navy after all. That makes sense.
These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. This place serves as Albert's office.
So far, the only person who's been stained with the soil and stuff is Hamish or whatever. So it's likely that he set all that stuff on fire. What is this?
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. A water tank.
Indeed. It's a water tank. It has water inside of its tank. My goodness, you're right, Holmes. How did you know? Ah, that's right. We need Toby. I've pretty much pinned this already on Hamish. Watson, please tell me you're not doing that. He's had too much pure sap, everybody.
This green grand mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes. What should we do next, Holmes?
You're standing in front of my telescope. I want to look at the lady. Watson! Fine, I will fight it. I will fight you with the camera. There she is, the lovely plump girl of our dreams. Forevermore standing in front of that window. Makes me wonder how she's so plump. Maybe she stands there to eat.
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
I wonder if Watson actually knows martial arts. I know he's a good marksman. Oh, a letter? For me? I wonder if it's from, who I think it is. It is. Dear Mr. Holmes, I have finally found the courage to write you a letter. I can scarcely find the words to express my gratitude for your kindness. On that terrible day, I believed my life to be ruined. But at the same time, I realized there to be one person in the world who truly loved me, and who I loved in return. His name we both know. He is Captain Jack Crocker. Captain Crocker, Captain Crocker, Captain Crocker. His love has given me true reason to live. Even if we cannot be together in the end, none of this could have happened without you, Mr. Holmes. Well, you might be able to. Good luck. I always wish people to be happy. Hey, Toby. Who's a good puppy? You are.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance.
Why was Watson like in the main frame of the shot there?
Search, Toby. Search.
Open! I'm searching. What? Okay, I didn't need Holmes' help. I just magically opened it with my nose. This is why Toby makes the big bucks. I shall follow the green slime of scent towards the tree. Where did you hide your chemicals?
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here.
Indeed.
There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Time to go back to the lab. I also don't think White or Albert could have distilled or created the poison from the plants. Especially not Albert. It doesn't make any sense. Watson, never mind.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis. This is the bottle that we found hidden at Kew Gardens. Let us use a pipette to take a sample of the liquid and fill a test tube.
You got it, Holmes. Maybe you should just take a sip, you know? That might work. Wow, how did that fit in the pipette? Huh, alright.
A colorless, water-based liquid.
Poison? Inhale.
Quite a strong floral aroma.
Don't taste it. This is a bad idea.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
Now you're speaking my language.
Small colorless crystals.
This looks like something we've seen before.
Tiny crystals that are soluble in water with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you.
You should turn off the burner, Holmes. This is okay, whatever.
I need to take a pip.
Yeah.
I need to take a pip. I need to.
Ah!
I need to take a pipette and make several drops of the reagent.
There we go. Now let's dump this shit in here, I guess. Oh.
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
I totally thought it was gonna be white or pure sap or whatever. Set up the alkaloid from a chemical laboratory and the caterpillars and perform the experiment with the deadly plants. Well, my lab is too bad, but we can't use the lab over at,
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely. According to the...
Fertilizer. Where are we gonna get fertilizer? Oops. But we picked up the plants, didn't we? Maybe we just need to go to their lab. So we picked up the plants, we picked up the caterpillars. And even though we returned with them, I assume we were supposed to pick them up over there and use them in their lab. That's all I got. Don't mind me, I'm just Sherlock Holmes. Doing Sherlocky Holmesy things.
That would be... This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
I'm good at this. Can we use their lab? That'd be really funny. Dang. Alright, fine. I'm gonna try and see if we can solve this case before 4 hours are up. At the 4-hour mark, though, that's where I'm gonna stop. I know 30 minutes of the stream has been just me messing around in Game Maker, though, so don't worry, Watson. Don't worry.
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask.
Okay. How do I examine it? There we go.
This is a strange and unusual plant.
So it is.
A carnivorous plant. A prickly plant.
Now they mentioned this was the worst one in that note we found.
No reaction.
Ow!
It appears to have fallen inactive after... My word! It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack.
Wow. Do it again.
My word.
Do plants do that? Because that's kind of amazing. And I must admit, I had no idea. Nothing. Oh?
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
Will you attack me?
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
Hmm. On a caterpillar?
I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
Ah. Oh.
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more.
Hmm. You can have a caterpillar too.
How interesting.
What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
Okay, I think I understand what we're doing here. We make you inactive. We make you active.
This plant becomes inactive after being it appears...
Okay. Okay. How would that work? Do we have a better method of just slapping this thing? Oh, okay.
This plant seems to have had no... It closed again. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps I am interested in what might...
How do we... How would we do that?
It appears to... My word.
Can only stab in the same place.
My.
Get stabbed though. What if I stab you now?
It closed again. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant...
How do we accomplish that though?
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
There we go.
Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary. The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Okay. Deadly precision. I don't think he would. I think he's bad at it. It seems unlikely. Sect is not involved. No, I don't think they're involved. White, really? Can we already do this? Before we finish this case later, as always, I will go through the evidence and try and put things together appropriately in case I miss something. It just seems to me that Hamish would be the one who overwhelmingly profits from this situation, whereas White did not. She would lose her financial standing. Financial help or whatever. Albert like, he doesn't... He just wants to join the Navy. And sure, his dad kept him here, but I don't think he would kill him for that.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room, in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
Yeah. Sure it has.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently.
This guy.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly, I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
I'm glad he happened to know exactly what times there was when he, you know, constructed his alibi. That's useful. I know what you mean, Numpossimus. It's a little too convenient.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You know your time very well.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Already have.
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
I do believe her.
Thank you, miss.
And I don't think she had a motive to actually kill him. I mean, we already listened to her tape, so... Or can you really call it a tape? You know what I mean. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it wasn't her. I don't see what she would gain. Where was Albert again? God, I don't remember where Albert is.
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
Albert, the sleeping lion. Albert, there he is. Gain money by killing the financial support that she had? It's not like she was married.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
At 9:36.
Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa, something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
Ooh. Hang on a sec.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
You're lying.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Hello, Motive.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
What the... That was odd. I pushed Y and that happened. Albert had a motive to kill his father, Montague Dunn. Dunn had thwarted Albert's dream of joining the Royal Navy. By killing his father, Albert could have his revenge and eventually succeed in his father's place as director of Kew Gardens. True. But it doesn't quite add up, does it? Why is this back here? Didn't we already do this? Oh, hang on. Right. Damn, that poison is effective.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system.
So we found that bottle from Hamish's lab that had a caterpillar in it with the alkaline. So he would have known the timing and that it would work. Everything is pointing to him. Like, there's so much evidence stacking against him. And all of it is really like ridiculous botany know-how that White or Albert does not have. Albert does have a motive, but he doesn't have the skills necessary. He's also the most devastated. Whereas Hamish don't give a fucking rat's ass about it. Sorry, I'm swearing a lot today. I don't mean to, it's just kind of happening. The darkening is taking over sometimes, you know? There it is.
First of all, I need to visit the Colonial Collection Room to see how those caterpillars dropped onto the deadly plant.
But you wanted to see the ventilation system! Ah! Watson, come with me! Shut up. I would say the least likely suspect is White. I think she's a horrible lady, but... Murderer? No.
The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
Yes, observe as they fall on top of your face.
These windows were...
Well, I'm gonna go activate the ventilation system. Bye. Are you telling me to, like, follow the... I know where it is. I guess it's to help you find it. Which is nice.
The power is on. The engine cannot be started whilst the engine has started. The ventilation system is working.
Let's go see how poor Watson is doing. Holmes, it's terrible. Shut up. I'm covered in caterpillars. How you doing?
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert's space.
Really? Why is it such a process? I miss throwing harpoons at dead pigs, you know? Don't you guys miss that too? What do you mean, no? My goodness, it keeps going that way. But now I'm stuck in here. Never mind.
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one. We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
Is it the window I'm looking for? I guess so. Well, no, but like, that's what was appearing there. It's going that way now. Follow it. Or suffer defeat. As someone would tell you, hesitation is defeat. Follow the yellow brick road. I'm probably not doing so hot. My god, footsteps, wow. It goes that way now. Hold on, Watson. I'm running in circles. I really am running in circles, help. Why is this place laid out like a goddamn maze? This is back where I came from. Well, Liz Holmes is not skipping out on leg day today. Where's my Rocky music? Everything looks the same. There it is. Wasn't I just here? God damn it! Fuck! Ah, here we are.
Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It worked perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out.
By
activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Right. And sure, Albert was there too. But it just doesn't seem right. Martin Hamish had the opportunity to stimulate the deadly plants in the Colonial Collection Room. As a biologist, he would have understood the technicality of how to do this. Indeed. Hamish is guilty. Martin Hamish could be the killer. He had the opportunity to steal the Divine Syndicate's plants and stimulate them from his workplace. Directly after, he had locked Montague Dunn inside the Colonial Collection Room. It makes sense. That's not the end of it. How interesting. What if we switch things around? The sect stole everything! Yeah, I thought so. We need to arrest him to get more of the story. White could do it. Yeah, the fact we have just goes against everything else. Alright. Let's go arrest him, see what happens.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
When it zooms in on Holmes' face like this, I can't help but to crack up. I wonder what the twist is gonna be. If it turns out that White becomes guilty, like if we establish her motive, I will be very surprised. Well, not too surprised, but it'll be a nice twist.
A very good day to you, my friend.
The inspector's waiting for you in his office.
How did he know I was coming? Evidence room. Morgue. There we are.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
How did you...
Very
what?
good. I shall wait to hear from you.
Some time later. Well, this is awkward. You think we could sit next to each other instead, so I don't have my knee between your knees? As it zooms in on Watson, who's very uncomfortable right now. Lestrade was the actual genius. He's just playing along.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Are you sure? Oh.
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Interesting.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
Life has become a living hell. I find it unbearable. Dunn deserved to die, but I cannot forgive myself for having his blood upon my hands. We Hamishes seem to always have fallen victim to our circumstance, and I find myself to be no exception. I must atone, and I shall do so, here and now. Farewell.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Huh? What? Eh? Nani? Martin Hamish was unable to run due to the tibial torsion on his club foot. Therefore, we should find out if he had sufficient time to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room and activate the ventilation system. We have an accomplice. I see.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr.
Is it his face that's like
Why?
reverberating in
Because of
colors?
Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Okay, Watson.
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Okay. Martin Hamish and Montague Dunn went to meet Albert in the Seat House around 9:30. It was around 20 minutes to 10, and then we have 10 o'clock, 10:30, past 10. I knew their like odd timestamps would mean something. 20 minutes to 10 when Hamish and when Hamish and Montague Dunn went out to the backyard. Is that 2 words? I didn't know that. After 10 minutes, Dunn recommenced his inspection and entered the dry tropics room. Hamish returned to the Seat House. So Martin Hamish had a conversation with Miss White at 10 o'clock. Miss White was in the laboratory until 10:40 when she saw Hamish and Albert in the water lily greenhouse and joined them there. That's a green face he got there. Means he was poisoned. Hamish ran to Albert as soon as he observed that Montague Dunn was unwell, which was at around 10:30. Albert was in the seat house the entire morning. He observed Hamish returning from visiting Miss White at 10 minutes past 10. This is interesting. Hmm? "20 minutes to 10. And Hamish and Montague Dunn went out to the backyard. What? Oh, I see. I messed them around, mixed them up. Dead.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time.
Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
White had 20 minutes. It would have been enough to trap Montague Dunn. She could have locked the door and alerted Martin Hamish to activate the ventilation system. Martin Hamish and Miss White are not accomplices, and unlikely that White would have an opportunity. 20 minutes could not have been... What? What do you mean that could not have been enough? It's very obviously enough. Martin Hamish and Albert are not accomplices. It's unlikely Albert would have had the opportunity, and 10 minutes would not have been enough time. I mean, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure 10 minutes is more than enough time. Well, I mean, Holmes did it in like fucking... like 2 minutes, tops. Could it be that they're both accomplices? No, it won't let me do that. Damn, that would have been great though. Margaret White was Martin Hamish's accomplice in killing Montague Dunn. Her professional ambition and personal situation have been damaged by the breakup with Dunn. Condemned. Miss White is a dangerous woman, very capable of carrying out an elaborate murder for monetary gain. She flirted with Dunn's son, true, and later pushed Martin Hamish to suicide. We don't know if that's true. She deserves the rope. Miss White is a desperate woman in debt, resigned to consorting with wealthy gentlemen. When Dunn cast her aside, she killed him in desperation. Hamish tried to save her. She deserves a second chance. Hang on. I think, but the thing is, like, White doesn't really have a very strong alibi or motive or anything, you know? Albert is an accomplice. Albert and Martin Hamish accomplice, blah blah blah. Humiliated repeatedly by his father and denied his dreams, Albert resolved to aid and abet the murderer. Albert Dunn killed his father in collaboration with Hamish, citing years of humiliation and frustration. To be fair, while Hamish called him useless, he did feel poorly for him. You know? He did sympathize with him. Citing years of humiliations, frustrations, father dictating his life, he concluded Albert is a cold-blooded murderer who deserves life in prison. Killing Dunn in collaboration with Hamish was the only way to end years of torment and humiliation. We can allow the police to believe it was Hamish alone, so Albert can go free, but he must live with his conscience. I mean, he has been crying a lot, so he might feel guilt. Right? White just doesn't seem like she has anything to do with this, even though she has the most time to help. I just don't see her. Yeah, but I don't, like, what is White's motive? She's a bitch, for sure. But, like, I don't know. I don't see. I don't see this working. Yes, I can't mess this up. It's only 2. Yes, her debt was bad, but like, killing him, what does that give her? Money? It doesn't give her money. What was her debt to? Do we know this? Should have it here somewhere. Is there debt? Oh yeah, debt to Dunn. True, it would. But is that really enough to kill him? I mean, I must be missing a vital piece of evidence somewhere in here because I can't put together, like, I can't put this together. What gets me is that she was flirting with both the man and his son. And his son did promise to help her financially, so she wouldn't need the father anymore. If he died, the debt would be cleared, and she would still have Albert to support her. Right? I don't know. They are both kind of sus. I feel like Albert is the least sus. I don't know. It's difficult to choose this one. Wait a second. Albert could have his revenge and eventually succeed his father's place as director. He didn't want to be a director, though. He hates this. He hates this place. The only reason he wants to be director is because his father died and he feels remorse. Whereas Hamish had nothing bad to say about White at all, ever. And they said 10 minutes may be enough. 20 minutes is definitely enough. He was interested in management, but not really interested, but they said he would be good at management, but not good as a botanist. That's right. That's right. He was going to release her too, wasn't he? And if she got released, she would not have any of that money, not even from the son. Yeah, I was just looking at that. This is what's weird though, right? Because, like, if he's dependent on him, I don't know, it's weird, right? I don't... If this is true, would she kill him? Apparently, that's what the game says. Mostly because of this. I know, right? I get such a strong feeling that they're all involved. But still, Albert just doesn't have... I don't know. Like, he has a motive. I'm gonna go with White. For the sole reason that, while she seems the most innocent, she has the least alibi of where she's been the entire day. No one has seen her. Her account of what happened when she came running after Hamish, you know, yelled and found him dead or whatever. Found Dunn dead. Seems to imply... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, she was late, right? She joined them later. That's what she said in her That's what she said in her dialogue. I'm going with the facts. But I get this, right? He came in to say good morning. I saw him spent with him as a plant. So in such a rush. I stayed in the lab until 10:40 when I heard the cries of Albert and Hamish from the large glass house. And she was currently recording that experiment, you know? We listened to it. Wasn't she preoccupied? Evidence required. Wait, what? What do you mean evidence required? I'm missing something. You have found all the evidence my left foot.
Here it is.
He was trying to lie to me.
Cylinder records.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
That's a pretty important note. Doesn't that give her an alibi, though? That's a very long recording, alright? For the time. Out of the way, Watson. If she was making a long recording, I mean, she seems sus, but doesn't that take her off the list, though?
Farmhouse.
Technically? Watson? I'm not sure about this one. I'm actually not sure at all. So he was here. By the way, haven't you seen this before? You should know who it is, right? I also can point out that Albert has lied to us once already. Albert is really remorseful and sad that he died. White doesn't give a shit. In fact, can I talk to White? I want to see her reaction. Huh. I guess she's not here anymore. Watson?
Nursery.
Nursery. Run. Hmm. Is she in the lab all day?
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
The other thing that gets me is that her recording, she's so like, oh yeah, you can go listen to it. I was definitely there. You know what I mean? Like, oh yes, please go listen to it. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna go with my gut again. My gut is a terrible, terrible being. I just hope I'm right. Oh, I have to see if it's correct. I'm always gonna decide whether I'm right or wrong, because I want to be consistent, like I said. Because I feel like that's a bit cheating, right? Although I do like what you're saying. It's not a bad idea. But it will also make it really obvious if it's right or not. So I'm gonna go with this conclusion. I feel like it's wrong, but I also feel like it might be right. So wait, no, what am I doing? This is the wrong one. She's just so eager to prove that she wasn't involved. And that kinda gets me. So I'm gonna condemn her. That's gonna be my choice. And if it turns out I'm wrong, well, fuck me, I guess. I will not absolve this poor woman. Oh god, I might have made a horrible mistake, but I really feel like she's capable. She has no, like, empathy at all.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining. The deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Aren't we here?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her. Quietly.
Conceal yourself loudly.
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
True.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop!
What?
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Slap.
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
Oh god. She said I was wrong. It's possible I was wrong. Miss White is a dangerous woman, very capable of carrying out an elaborate murder. When she realized that she was unable to make any further monetary gain from Montague Dunn, she advanced her... See, we didn't get to talk to Albert about this, so I'm pretty sure we were wrong. She advanced her affections to Albert, his son. She was the one who locked the door of the Colonial Collection room directly after Hamish released the caterpillars, and then pushed Martin Hamish to suicide to cover for herself. She got what she deserved, and I am probably wrong. Oh no! It's correct! Huzzah! Nice. So there was more evidence against her than there was Albert. Cool. We'll take a brief look at the other conclusion, and then we shall stop for tonight, because it's been a long time. It's already past midnight. Well deducted. Nah. Half of it was luck, I guarantee you. She seemed so unempathic, you know? And this guy genuinely was really upset about his father dying. That's really what turned me over. Don't worry, we'll absolve you, even though you didn't do anything wrong. It's gonna be painful. Although I'm curious to see how this goes down.
It was Albert who assisted Martin Hamish with the murder of his father, Montague Dunn. An act of desperation to end years of misery and humiliation.
Poor boy. You're right, Holmes. He was also a victim. He'll live the rest of his life with the death of his father on his conscience.
And that is enough. The case is closed, Watson. We can say officially that Martin Hamish acted alone.
That's it? Wow. What a lame conclusion. Didn't even get to talk to Albert. Albert Dunn was humiliated by his father, who crushed the dreams he had of entering the Navy. He was the one who locked the door of the Colonial Collection room directly after Hamish released the caterpillars. The murder planned with Hamish was a desperate act to free himself from the tyranny. Now he can go free, but he must live with his conscience. You know, conscience of not doing anything. I'm gonna be very happy one day when I try this and both answers will be correct. Like they're both terrible criminals. Double conclusion. So we're gonna do this one again, but I want to see if we can get some reaction out of Albert by sending him to life in prison.
What happened, Inspector?
It's all over now, lad. There is no use denying it. We know that you murdered your father. Patricide by plant poisoning. Very alliterative.
What? You're mad. I didn't do it. I don't know anything about botany. No!
Albert Dunn killed his own father in collaboration with Hamish, citing years of humiliation, blah blah blah. He was the one who locked the door of the Colonial Collection room directly after Hamish released the caterpillars. He did not hesitate to sacrifice Hamish to try and cover for himself. You have concluded that Albert is a cold-blooded murderer who should be placed behind bars. Oh, God. Alright, we're gonna do the ending that we went with the first time, which thankfully was the correct ending. This is the first time I haven't absolved someone. But this time, I don't think she deserves it. Out of all the people we've had to deal with, she is particularly dangerous. She's technically killed 2 people in a very short time span, without really giving a shit. Accept decision, yes. This seems like a good conclusion. I wonder what happens in the endgame if you get all of them, like, terribly wrong. You know?
But Holmes...
Blah, 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 blah.
Mr.
True,
Holmes, good day.
but she was an accomplice to 2
long,
deaths. That's the really dangerous kind of criminals, though, right? It's like those stories about psychologists or psychiatrists who killed so many people due to fucking with their mind so much and they became suicidal, right?
Please remain calm. We can help you.
It's a more insidious form of killing.
Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Watson, do the hand slap, karate chop. I see you practiced your
well done, Watson. She was
divine syndicate moves very well. I'm sure this scene goes on a bit longer if you absolve her, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna send her to prison. Good boo. My ranking went up, or down rather, to Hidden Samaritan. But this is apparently what most people chose. Can you imagine if I was in the 8% who chose Albert? I would be very sad. I would be very, very sad. I'd be like, oh, I'm really dumb. Interestingly, most people had the same moral choice. I was not expecting that. Very interesting indeed. Alright, but that will be for another time, because it is fucking late. Fucking late, mate. Thank you for the game event of Rocket League. Yes, yes, very good epic games. Oh, man. I'm tired. I'm really tired. But I had fun, so it's worth it, really. But let me tell you, I look forward to sleeping quite a bit. So yeah, since we're all tired, we should all get some sleep. Let's just end things here quickly, shall we? As always, I would like to thank you for joining me tonight, because you guys are here, everything is a good time. Like seriously, it's if I didn't have you regular showing up, I probably wouldn't be doing this, because it wouldn't be the same, you know? It'd be nice. It'd be nice. It is nice. If you're just watching the VOD or, you know, lurking in the background, thank you as well. I really appreciate all of you. But hey, I think I'll take a break tomorrow. As in today, on Thursday. And we'll probably continue this Friday and probably through the weekend, so probably no stream tomorrow, but I will change my schedule accordingly if I do change my mind. But that is next time, so until then, please be good to each other, take care, and I'll see you next time. Please have a good night.